Hi, Andrea. Good to see you here. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Oh no, I forgot to make any sort of drinks. No! Unprepared stream. Okay, so... as a little recap of what I've been doing behind the streams, let me turn the music down a little bit. There's been a lot that's been going on. I've been working a lot on this project, gotta be honest. So, I'll give you like a quick overview of like the shots that I have in mind. So, I've been working on like a more nature focused one. And we have like this outpost one. We have the farm, and then we go from the farm into the city. So we're gonna go into the city entrance, and then we have the city inn. Yeah, so a lot has changed. I've been having fun diving into like the history and like more of the world building side of things. Because remember in like a couple streams ago we were discussing what the names would be for the locations, and I've actually found like an interesting angle on how to approach this. So the angle is that I'm gonna stick with old names from the town where I grew up. So the project is gonna call Brexgata, and then everything, all the location names are basically gonna be like old locations that probably no longer exist or have like some historical significance, and I'm gonna go with those names instead. So yeah, the town itself is called Brexgata, and then the surrounding area is called Peertsbusch, and I think the entire region is called like the Bremdonk region, I think. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of fun historical deep dives into it. But today we're not gonna focus on all that kind of stuff. We're gonna dive into more specifics, and we're gonna continue something that I was doing off stream, and I wanna make grass, because I think the grass can use a lot of improvements in our scene. The thing that I don't really like about the grass right now, let me see. And I've already been tweaking it, right? So this is already like somewhat improved. Where's my little patch of grass that I had? Hold up. Hold up. Here's my little patch of grass. The thing that I don't like about the grass is that it just goes up and it doesn't have like any connections to the side, so everything just looks like it's going straight up. And you're kind of seeing that I kind of want to make it look a little bit more interesting when it comes to that. So yeah, let's just dive in. As always, if you have any questions, it doesn't have to be related to the project here. It can also be about like just the games industry itself, any news that's been going on, anything that you want to bring up, feel free to ask away. I would love to have a chat. Hi Vivek! I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? And Andrea's doing good, having fun with my modeling. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah! Yeah, I'm ready to do some grass, because I'm curious how this sort of stuff is gonna look. We'll have to see if we can make some improvements. So there's a couple of things that I want to note. I know that this is like high poly for like grass, right? I added like a lot of subdivisions to it. But what I'm thinking is that I'm gonna reduce that as soon as we have like the final, what is it, like the final collections basically. So keep that in mind, that it is like high poly grass that we're working with now. I could honestly try to see what decimation would do at this point. The thing that I don't like is that triangulation really matters. Right? Because we're getting some weird angles. I don't think it's too bad yet. On some of it is though. This guy. See. Yeah, what if we do the triangulation before the decimation? Let's see. Hi, Nikori! How's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see. Relation and a decimation, maybe. So what? We go from 32 to 13 with like relatively minimal impact, right? We go to 10. Yeah, this stuff is really important, right? It's very technical, but this can save you like thousands, 10,000s, if not hundreds of thousands of polys if you're spreading it around like an entire level, right? So grass optimization, even though it's boring, like it's very makes a big difference. What are we looking at in total here? 120 tries. This one looks bad though. Let's see, I'm trying to pick the bad ones and see. I'm honestly the more that I'm using the bigger ones, the less I'm a fan of them. Let's see, 215 total. I'm gonna probably cut out like some of the. Let's see. Some of this stuff. Like it's like a whole bunch of alpha for like almost no gain. So probably just gonna cut out a bunch of this stuff. But yeah, how's everyone else's day going? What's everyone else working on? from this guy to there. Really trying to cut down like all the alpha. I know that we're throwing away like a couple of sections of the texture, but honestly, for such minimal gain, don't wanna really bother, you know? Same here. This is like a whole bunch of like alpha for like no gain, right? So let's see, this one has a lot of alpha too. Bunch of stuff in here. I'm kind of thinking about doing the same cut here. Following this guy. Make sure to retain the UVs, please. See. Oh yeah, quick tip. While you see me doing this, pressing double G will allow you to like edge slide, which is like super handy for this kind of stuff. Because it retains your UVs as well. Super handy. N is coming in. Hello Beyond, first time tuning in to a stream. Do you go by another name? Yeah, my name is Timothy Dries. I think you can find my socials in the description below as well. At the moment, I'm busy with a horror type scene in an abandoned hospital room. No idea why I came up with it. Oh, okay. Is that a new scene you're doing, Andrea? Did you finish anything up recently then? Let's see. Merge this. A little bit of clipping, but that's okay. Maybe we can... Right. Still like a bunch of alpha you need to do. Remove. Put out all this stuff. And welcome to the stream, N. How are you doing? And how did you find the stream then? If it's the first time tuning in. For people that are popping in as well, feel free to ask any questions. If it's related to your work, the industry, or my work, it doesn't matter. Feel free to ask away. Let's see, so no, got the same thing here. This stuff can go. That's no value. If we move this up a little bit. Got this out as well. I'm really just optimizing at the moment, right? Because we want to reduce like the amount of alpha that we have to draw. It's always really expensive in games, so trying to optimize that a little bit. So this. It's a bunch of stuff here. We could potentially also make a cut. Just gets rid of all of that stuff. Kind of feels like we don't even need that anymore, so. The horror scene is an expansion of an already horror scene I created in the beginning of the year. Before this one, I did a little cabin in the forest. Oh, nice. Do you mind sharing your work, Andrea? Like, I would love to check it out after the stream. If you don't mind. I think, oh god, yeah, I keep forgetting this. I think I'm still blocking links to be posted in the chat, so I think you'll have to send it to like a Twitter DM or something like that. Well, or... Sorry, not Twitter. X. Ugh. Hurts me every time I have to say that. Let's see. Got this up this way. I think. Just gonna connect these, get rid of all this stuff. It's too flimsy anyway. Might even go a little bit further and push this in too. Right? I'm doing good. I've been studying environment art on my own for the past month or so, and your podcasts have been very insightful in my studies. That's awesome. I hope your journey so far is going well. How did you get the idea of doing environment art? What inspired you to do it? Let's see. I'm gonna connect this. Maybe all the way to here. Get rid of all this. I think if we have like that extra geometry, I think what we should do is also make a little bit more use of it. Just be like, hey, oh wait. Don't want to change my UVs though. Maybe a little bit too strong. We'll see. So I think we did like a little optimization pass. I still need to do like the really big ones. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's even a better idea, Andrea. Thank you so much. Don't have X. You're probably saving yourself like a whole bunch of headache, to be honest. It is of art. Oh, hello. I'm glad I jumped on the stream trying to make a video game about the 17th century. And your channel is helping me a lot. Wanted to say thank you. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, it's an interesting time. I'm going for like early medieval stuff. So like barely any use of metal and everything was stone and wood and all that stuff. So yeah. It's interesting. And I'm glad that I can help you out in your journey too. It's such an interesting time period. Like historically, I still don't know too much about it. Weird to say. But like I'm really interested in like the construction materials and like how cities were built and just like the worlds, you know? Like not necessarily like the individuals within the world, but I'm really getting sucked into like just the world. It's so cool. All the historical aspects. Let's keep it there for now. I think this thing might be a bit too strong. Oh wait, it's such a sphere, no wonder. Okay, so now I'm using all these guys, or I think for the smaller ones, only these guys, and I'm kind of scattering them in a particle effect that I'm using here. We're gonna see if we can tweak that. Because this is basically just what I had before, right? You can kind of see that we're getting this shape that only goes up. But I don't want that. I want something that's like a little bit more like natural grass and it's spread out like this. So we're gonna see what we can do with that. I guess there was no game about Ukraine 17th century yet, so really trying to learn the history of my country, but unfortunately can't go there to make scans. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm trying to think, right? Because 17th century, look, I don't even know where to begin. Like 17th century, I don't know what the geography would look like. Yeah. I'm sure you have a better grip on that than I do. And I hope that you can go and make scans soon. Hey, Coffee Diction! Welcome, welcome. No, this one might be like a little too decimated now. Let's see. N is saying, I've always been doing 3D in general on my own free time for a little more than a year now. I love it, but I wasn't sure what field to pursue. And I played a game called Journey a while back, and I think that was made me really want to pursue environment art. I felt so immersed in the world, and it changed my view on video games as a whole. That's awesome. Journey is also a great game. Even though I haven't played it myself, but I've seen other people play it and like seen playthroughs of it. It looks gorgeous, and I like their approach to like how minimalistic communication works in that game, just to create like really wholesome experiences. Yeah, it's a real. I feel like it's a real staple of video games. Let's see. Are you doing everything by yourself? Yes, I am. So. Yeah, I've been working on this for quite a while, so yeah, we're getting to a space where it becomes really interesting to just play around with the puzzle pieces now. And just make like an entire town. So I'm really enjoying it. Let's see. So we have... Now I just want to make like a couple grass clump variations, right? We had these guys before, so I'm gonna remove these. Let's see. I think the scale of this one was actually pretty good. Maybe we'll do like a small one here. And we're gonna... Let's see, maybe we'll scale this one up a little bit. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to see that you're making your journey into, well, your own journey into environment art. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. Let's see. Render. I'm gonna scale these guys up a little bit. Like well. Okay. So, got these. This guy. Then, so I have small, middle, and large. So maybe we'll scale this down just a little bit. I also kind of need to watch out with like how many there are. So this is like 20. It's always a balance between like how dense you want things to be. So say 10. This is also nice. Like if you scale the shape up, like we get like more or less of a curve. I think. Will do. Thank you, and please keep creating content. Yes, I will. We've got some great upcoming content actually. I think in 2 or 3 days we're releasing a workshop with Ivana Lichwager. She did a workshop for us on sculpting rocks and wood. So that one is going to be amazing. Let's see. This one is more straight up, and then the bigger they get, like the more spread out they become. Don't need these guys anymore either. I just want to test them, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make all these instances real, and then we're gonna get rid of the particle systems. There we go. One step that I always forget in this sequence is that I need to make these real. Or like not instance anymore. So single user object and data. I'm just gonna combine all of them. They're a little bit floating, but I just wanna test them out really quickly now. Where are they coming from? And then if we put them in here. Some weirdness happening. Is that weirdness caused by me or no? It might be. Let's see. Think we got... No, that's all good. Yeah, trying out something new. Because I'm tired of listening to the same music. And hello, Sarah. Great to see you here. Hold up. So we got the rotation applied. I mean, this one looks kind of weird. I'm just gonna squish it into place a little bit. Oh. This ain't good though. Let's see. What is in my other collection that I'm using to scatter? Oh, this one is still in there. Bye-bye. Okay, so I need to change the pivots on these guys. Because they're not pointing up. Right, so now we're getting somewhere. Cool. Rotations are taken care of. I'm already kind of liking the look of this compared to what we had before. Tall grass. We're basically doing the same sequence over again, right? So I'm scattering grass now, like these grass clumps that we set up before, which are like these guys, using this particle system. I then turn them into I then turn them into meshes that I can then again scatter with a new particle system, but this time we're using the clumps instead of like the individual ones. And then if we save this out, then we have like our final output, so to say. Let's see. But the thing that I don't like is that as soon as I get to the edge here, we have like these tiny things, which are like super annoying. I do want to make the scattering like a little bit more organic. So that's what you see me do here, right? So I'm using a vertex group to kind of control the density of the grass. And we can go in and like increase the density in certain parts. And we should end up with something that looks like nice and organic. We can do the same step here. Let's make all of it real. Have to make sure that we gonna steal the name from this guy. And then put the pivot in the middle. Actually want to scale it. We're gonna see where we end up with this one first. Right now, what do we end up with? 140k tries. That's not good. I'm gonna try something here. Hey, Manuel! Welcome to the chat. Yeah, if we just merge everything, we're just gonna distort everything as well, so I don't want to do that. So, we need a way. I need like an effective way to cut out like all the smaller fluff, basically. Looks promising. Maybe we can do the same thing here as well. Oh, you know what Damn, okay. So, you know what I think happened is I already did some decimation on these guys, right? But I think if you scatter them with a particle system, it's actually tested it's true. I think if you scatter them with a particle system, it doesn't take into account the modifiers that you had on it before. So if we say, let me see if I'm right. Oh, it does. Okay, so it does keep them. But then I think I removed them by making them real. Right? Is that right? So if I... what am I trying to do again? Relations. No, I see what's happening. So, yeah, it's still retaining it. So it's still retaining it at this step, which is good. Well, it does it on some of them, but not on all of them. It's like this one still has it, but this one doesn't. But that's leading me into like a way too high poly count as well. Let's see. Yeah, because that's kind of more what I want it to look like. A bit more optimized compared to what we're seeing here. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do it in like the right sequence and that we keep in mind like all the steps. Hi, Maddie! How's it going? There was also one. Could also make it easy on ourselves too. Hey Altan! Welcome to the chat. It's great to see you here. How are you doing? And the same for Emmanuel. It's good to see you here too. So, I don't want to destroy things, so I'm gonna apply all of this. I'm gonna move this out of the collection, and then I'm gonna move these guys into the collection. I think they are in. Right? Yeah. What particle system are we using here? Collection, grass plains. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, cool, cool. Making progress. Even though it doesn't look like it. Oh, the village reveal caught me off guard. It looks amazing so far. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry to just put that on stream. I've been working on this thing for quite a while, so. Okay, so we're gonna do this step again. We're gonna duplicate them. Make the instances real. Move the particle systems. Make sure that everything here is single user. We combine them all. I know, this is a headache. Sometimes it can be tricky. Quickly fix the pivots. And apply the rotation. Oh, we probably want to have the rotation Y up. And then add these to... We call them again. Oh, I think, no, I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so I think now we should be in like a better position to do this step again as well. We can say same thing here. $600 tries? What? Oh. Yeah, of course, because I haven't done this step yet. $53,000. Still a lot, but way better than 140. And I think it's going to be too dense anyway, so we can still optimize this by a whole lot. So can I random? But nanite? No, no nanite. Illegal. Select all by similar area. Select all these guys. Cut them out. 33. Then I think what we might do to add some randomness is just select random. Set this at like a really low number. And then select the entire section. Put out something like that. And now let's try it. Hold on, did you use the grass material in Substance Designer, or do you have alternate changes? So I created the material in, well, I textured it in Substance, no, in Substance Painter actually. And the way that I approached it is I made high polys, I baked them down onto a plane, and then textured them in Substance Painter. So it's not Designer. Okay, we're gonna see how this looks. Here's my little grass plane, my little testing area. Even if you have nanite, you still need 4 LODs, and always better to have mesh optimized already. Yeah, but doesn't nanite take care of the lodding for you? I haven't used nanite myself yet, right? So, but the way that I understand nanite is that it takes care of the lodding process for you. Right? That's like the main benefit of nanite, that you have like way more chunks that it can cull when they're not loaded in, or like not in camera frustum. Right, so that it has more data to call out. I'd be wrong. Like I said, I haven't tried. Val is coming in. Welcome to the chat, Val. Did you make any of the foliage? Everything you see here is made by myself. From the foliage to the buildings to whatever, all the textures as well. Yes, I want to refresh this guy because it's not spawning in the ones that I want to see the most. Let me just do a cheeky refresh. Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. I like where this is going. Let's see. because we got some new people coming in as well, feel free to ask any questions, right? Like if you have any questions on how I'm approaching things or that are relevant to the work that you're doing, feel free to ask away. So the grass is nice and fluffy, like that. And is heading to bed. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for popping in as well. Have a good night. So, okay. Thing that we still have to deal with a little bit is how dense this is, right? So I'm gonna see if we can get away with like a certain amount of decimation. Hey Arthur, I like the way your foliage is looking. How many different meshes do you have? Meshes as in total amount of foliage or grass specific? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna test this in the engine. $7K for a pack like this? Ook. Yeah, we're getting... I meant in Unreal as total amount of foliage. For the grass, like I'm using 6 meshes. Yeah, so for the grass I have 6 meshes. And then for the trees I have... let's see. Because these are not all static meshes, right? So, got like a whole bunch of saplings. Let's see. I've got around like 19 trees. So those are like the trees and like all the smaller bits, like these little saplings included as well. In games, you still need to LOD even with Nanite. Nanite addresses LOD advantage only per model or instance. If you have millions of models in your scene, you still need some other LOD/culling approach on top of that to deal with the large numbers. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Can't really speak of experience with that one, honestly. Let's see. Might be a bit too much. Okay, so what I'm gonna try first is I'm gonna, because it is pretty dense, right? So let's see. Let's refresh our little. That's technical stuff. That's why we have technical artists. Exactly. Yeah. There's still some skepticism in me. But look, to be honest, like, I don't know too much about it. Or, like, I don't know all the technical stuff, right? Because in general, you are right? Because there's, like... Nanite addresses the LODs per model. But you will still need like mip mapping, and you would still need camera frustum culling, and you would still need like other LOD advantages, right? So it might be that you're talking about that. But when it comes to the mesh side of things, that's where Nanite is really good. Let's see. Can we cut the density? The annoying thing is that if we cut density, I'll have to do that in the mesh. If we do this thing again. Right, so we compare those two. It's 24. It's 11. Yeah, and also like a bunch of the small stuff. There's actually something that I should address in this stage. Let's see. I've been making leaf textures all week and yours is looking really good. Thank you so much. I think if we were to paint some of this stuff back in. Because I don't want small stuff ever, because then we don't have to clean it up either, right? So if we then take something like this instead and do the same approach as we're always doing. And then object data. Right, so now we have like a denser look, but we have more leeway to cull without like having these annoying like smaller objects. I think we're gonna replace it with that one. I know we're going back and forth a lot, but hey, this is what it comes down to. Making stuff look really good. Takes time and iteration. I'm gonna do same thing here. Let's make a backup first. I think the approach that I'm gonna take is we're gonna cut out like a decent amount, and then we're gonna see how far we can kind of decimate it down without having like what we also could do. This is another option, right? Like I still want LOD0 to look good. What we could also do is have an LOD chain that just lots out like super quick, where we say like, hey, look. We want, because the main thing that I'm thinking about, right, is if you get really close with the camera, I want grass to look really good. So we could keep it higher and then just have like a really strong LOD chain going into the engine itself. Let's actually see what that could look like. Oh. Yeah, Val, what are you working on then? You're making some leaf textures? Sounds interesting. Also, Arthur, did that answer your question? In terms of like the amounts of meshes that I have. Boink. Might honestly be... I think it could be too dense though. Keep going back and forth. Let's walk around in it a little bit. Does look really nice. Okay. I'm happy with that. Let's see. So if we go into our LOD chain, so it has LOD set up, I think. Let's see. But it's not really doing what I want to. I fell in love with this grass. Oh yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm happy. I'm happy with how the grass is coming out. So let's see. LOD 2. So we got LOD 0, which is full. Then we got... I want to cut it out really quick, right? So the screen size is going to be closer to 1. And then we're going to set LOD 1 to 25%. I think in this case we might even want like another one. So that we have LOD1. We're cutting it out. We're cutting it down by a lot, but I don't think we're gonna see too much of it. Yeah, so see, we're going, in this step, we're going from LOD 0 to like LOD 1. And like you can't really see it. I think that's good. I don't even think, let's keep it simple. Got LOD 0, LOD 1, and LOD 2. And keep in mind, this is not like fully optimized, right? I'm just trying to get some LODs in so that it becomes a little bit more bearable. Altan, I don't know how to ask this, but I have a question related to PBR material. They usually use various of PBR materials in Substance Painter. For example, noise and grunge maps are used for the base color. So what's the logic behind these things? Do they prepare them accordingly to references, or do they create their own style? Noise and grunge maps are used for the base color. So what's the logic behind these things? Do they prepare them according to references, or do they create their own style? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Altan. Because you can use noise and grunge for anything, right? Not just for like the base color. Yeah. Because yeah, like just a quick overlook, like how texturing works, right? Is that you have like a base, which is usually like just a flat color with like a flat roughness and whatever, and then you use layers on top of that, like different grunges or different masks, or yeah, just different types of layers above that, to then add like more in-depth like material variation and roughness and dirt and mud and all that kind of stuff on top of it, right? I don't know if that at all was relevant to your question, but... So, this one can go. Still need to replace these guys. Andrea? Oh, Tim! I've been meaning to ask you, what software do you use on Whip Wednesday? when you give feedback. I'm using Affinity Photo for that. It's a suite that kind of rivals all the most popular tools from Adobe, but like for a really affordable price. And I think if you're lucky and if you grab it on sale, I think you're spending like 50 euros or something like that on like all the 3 programs. Maybe not 50, but like it's really, really affordable. And it's also no subscription, so that's what I'm a big fan of. Let's see. We'll have to do the weight adjustments on these guys as well. So I'm gonna grab a gradient. Oh, want a radial gradient, please? Cool. I'm gonna do the same thing here. I just want to get rid of like all the small stuff that's gonna be out on the outside, so that we're not dealing with like small things there. Like small clusters of grass that are like super tiny but still add like a lot of geometry to the whole thing. Oh, no problem. I just wanted to mention what I had in mind. If you come to assemble, the tease on me. Wait, but I didn't even do anything. At least I felt I didn't do it. Like if there's anything else that I can help with, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask away, Altan. I'd love to help more. Like if you have specific questions, yeah. I actually heard that it's quite the competitor, talking about like Affinity, right? I just wasn't sure based off the logo. Yeah, I've been using their programs for like a while. Like for example, the PDF. Right, if you have access to the PDF, that's made in Affinity Publisher, which is like the counterpart to Adobe InDesign, right? Just to make like books and like PDFs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's good. I can recommend it. Let me actually go one step further and let me share the link as well. Just to help people out. Oh shit, wait. Whoops. Here you go. Oh wait, I should check if I have like an affiliate link. I don't even know if they do that kind of stuff. Something to keep in mind for next time, I guess. Yeah, I don't even know. Don't care too much about it. Would you say it's better than Photoshop or equally as good? Thanks for the link. So, it's not equally as good, right? But for a game artist like myself, like I have all the tools that I need to do the job that I want to do, right? If you're looking for more in-depth specific things, like for example, one thing that I found somewhat annoying in the beginning is that they don't have macros, right? So they do have batching, but they don't have macros built in. Or if they do, sorry, I think they do, but like there's more limitations than on Photoshop side. So for example, I was trying to batch save out like a bunch of pictures and it couldn't really do that because it couldn't save out, like you couldn't turn like the saving option into a macro. Stuff like that. But they do have like other ways of getting around it, but they're like a little bit more convoluted than Photoshop. But honestly, yeah, in general, especially for like Whip Wednesday where I'm doing overpaints, what I probably use it the most for. Super, super good with that. We need to turn this into this. Let's make sure that we make all of these real. Hi David, thank you so much for dropping that valuable tip, but I'm not using nanite on grass. Well, I'm not using nanite for the project in general. But that is a very valuable tip. Thank you so much for sharing that. Let's see. Select. Oh, like a bunch of this stuff. And then we're just gonna replace the names. Oink. Let's refresh it. Oh, nice and dense. Little too dense, perhaps? I don't know. Let's see. We'll do some of the other screenshots, say. Yeah, it is definitely more dense. Oh, yeah. Pivot is also going to be important, of course. Of course. So let's fix that first before we start. Start looking at it more in depth. I think we might also have to change the sizing just a little bit because it did change a little bit, right? I think if we get them by like 0.8, we get them a little bit more in line with what they were before. Just re-import them again. Someone who doesn't use Photoshop or doesn't want to commit to a subscription, this will definitely be helpful. Yeah, I think there's also... It depends on how much you use it, right? There's also like an online Photoshop equivalent called Photopea. I don't know if you know this. But this is like a browser-based Photoshop client, which is also pretty decent. It's obviously browser-based, so... I don't like to work in a browser as if I'm doing like something like this, but yeah, for some people it might be super interesting. Got a bunch of new people popping in. Welcome so much. If you have any questions, anything at all, feel free to ask away. Love the muddy road. Tim, are you using Blueprint spline mesh? No, these are like built-in landscape splines. They're actually pretty useful. This is the first time that I'm using them too. But like the landscape mode actually has like Blueprint Blueprint component in them. So that's what I'm using here, and they actually work like really nice. You can kind of see I'm kind of using them all over the place, especially in the city. You know, like you have all these roads that are kind of going crisscrossing, and it actually works really nice. But yeah, it basically comes down to what you're saying, right, Emmanuel? Where what it's basically doing is it's just repeating like spline meshes across like a spline. Like the tool just gives you like more control over how big it needs to be, what the fall off is going to be, all that kind of stuff. There's a section here that's missing grass. Why? There we go. Let's see. Let's actually make a comparison screenshot. My console variables set up. I'm gonna go for like a 1.5. I feel like the light has changed as well compared to the previous ones. Yeah, weird. Even though I didn't change the light at all. Or maybe I'm just doing that in post. That could be it as well. Doesn't look too big in difference. Wait, which one is the latest one? Oh, okay. It actually got a little bit brighter. Okay, never mind. So I got this camp. I think it might be the post that I'm doing. Like just a little bit of saturation. Is it the post? Yeah. Okay, so that's the actual thing that I wanted to check out, right? It's like it changes, or like what changed is that now I've done like an addition to the grass, and I like how fluffy it is. And it also feels like less patchy, which is good. It's just like for certain regions, we'll have to like hand place because this looks like too thick for what it is, right? Like it feels like it's like full on grass field, even though you probably would expect like just like individual things to pop out here. But I don't mind how it looks like on the edges. The edges look really nice. And this section as well. Yep. Happy with that. And I think what we'll do with that is... Let's see. So this is a small cluster. Let's actually try to hand play some stuff here. Post. Exposure. Oh, wait, no. It's the whole reason why I made the blueprint in the first place. Let me change the light. Maybe we actually see what we're working with a little bit more. Oh, maybe not that much though. Oh, they interact with the landscape too, right? Changing the landscape height. Yeah, they work really well in the level. Yeah, so they don't like dynamically change, but you can do this thing where you set like, hey, change the landscape height to my spline. Really helpful. Yeah, so oh, but this is okay, so now I need to paint out some of the grass. And then at that point we can start like putting stuff in manually if we wanted to. So we kind of get this like nice interaction between like the stones and the grass now, which is quite nice. Hey Pumpy, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate that. Have fun checking out all the workshops content that we've released in the past couple of months. Had some awesome guests. Set it to morning again. It's a little bit darker. Don't know why I feel this environment. I'll take that as a good sign. Thank you for all the words of encouragement as well, Vivek. Appreciate it a lot. Hey Puns! I'm doing good, thank you so much. Hope you're doing good as well. Oh yeah, one of the more fun materials that I've set up is that we have like little footprints now as well. I can give like an indication where people have been walking. It's been really nice to play around with that. I think the RVT transition is broken again. That's why it looks... That looks better. Is that also still foliage tool? Are you? Yeah. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you guys as well. Right? Oh, that's good. I think one thing that I wanted to try for this stream as well is I had this idea of sprucing up like the grass a little bit, because the grass just looks like grass. Nothing wrong with it, but it's also nothing too exciting. I want to see if we can infuse it with some mega scans, atlases or something like that. Just as a placeholder, right? I want to do like wildflowers and all that stuff, but let's see. So bridge. I want to see what they have available, just so that we can get like something going. Just to get a feel for it. Well, if this thing is going to open. Oh. 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 Multiple login screens. Cool. Cool. Wait, am I not logged in yet? Hello? Why you janky? Hello? Oh my god, this is a great start, huh? Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Pixel Bridge. Flowers? Yeah, some flowers and some like general like weed stuff, right? Like just like a little bits to like spruce things up a little bit would be awesome. I do have like an atlas with like random foliage stuff lying around, which I'm already kind of using for like the smaller stuff. Like there is some smaller stuff in there, so maybe we could use something like that. Oh, this is just generally not working. This is awesome. Wait, is it like a login screen? No, right? Yep, okay. So far for that idea. I sign in here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. 3D plants. Flowering plants. These guys look awesome. Golden rods. Okay. So cotton, kangaroo paw. Field poppy? That would be nice as well. Daffodils. I don't want something that pops out too much either, right? I think something like this could be nice. Oh, funnel weed. Sunflowers. Oh, that could be awesome. Meadowgrass. Okay. Yeah, using Quixel Bridge. That's what I tried. Please, let me in. Maybe I just need to restart this. Because it is doing like a whole bunch of weird stuff. Okay, let's try a quick restart. Can you tell how the rules are using music in a portfolio piece presentation with attribution, of course? Because apparently, as long as it's not commercial, it doesn't apply on those at all. So to a certain degree, it kind of does. You just can't monetize it, right? If someone claims like if someone claims. Like, let's say you use like copyrighted material from someone else. Like, what is gonna happen is that they're just gonna get like all the monetization, but it's highly likely that your channel that you just want to do like a portfolio piece presentation on is not even gonna be monetizable. So yeah. Obviously, the best way to approach this is to ask people if it's okay to use their work. Yeah. Like when I was doing portfolio work as a student, like I just used like I think I used like Crysis 2 music or something like that, you know? I mean, the Crysis music was still copyrighted, right? I'm just saying that Yeah, for like a portfolio presentation, like, I don't know. Focus more on the music than the actual rights around it. It's just probably not something that you wanna hear me say, but hey. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. Pixel Bridge. Okay. So, yes, I want to run this. Can I not interact with this? Oh. Okay. Super slow though. What the hell? Oh, it just becomes way less responsive because I have real time on and off in the background. So if I turn it off, like this is how it scrolls. And then if I turn it on again, it's like, oh, see, I'm scrolling again. Like, I'm still scrolling. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Okay. So, powering plants. Which are the ones that we wanted to grab? Chamomile, Bermuda Buttercup. Stinking Roger. Oh my god, that's a great name for a plant. Sow Thistle. Leafy Daffodils. Let's give these ones a try. They look quite nice. Hey, Populous! Oh no, I'm gonna have to do... Oh. I'm gonna have to do like the most terrible CAPTCHA verification, right? Because Epic Games, their CAPTCHA just fucking sucks. Please don't let me do one. Oh. Okay. Click on the thumbnail, that's not an animal. What the f... This one? Okay. Please. Oh my god. Okay. I'm in from the first time, so I'm not complaining, because usually their CAPTCHAs are literally the worst. Ooh. Okay. But we're in. Medium quality. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Those CAPTCHA stuff are AI generated. No way someone made animals so ugly. You know, one of the things, you want to know a secret? Is that with all the CAPTCHA stuff that's out there, we've been training AI for the longest time. What is this? Can I please download this now? Oh! There we go. Let it be. So we're basically just training AI with like all those CAPTCHA stuff. At least that's what I think is happening. Didn't know there was a CAPTCHA for Epic's login now. Oh, it's been there for a while. And you know what? It actually stopped me a couple of times from opening ArtStation. Because I was like, look, I failed it 2 times. I don't care enough about this, so I'm just gonna quit out again. Dang, is that all Geo? Dang, okay. Okay, that's all just Geo. I mean, they're trying to reduce the alpha, I guess? Oh, but that's crazy. What? 330,000 tries. Yeah, this is Nanai stuff then. Okay. Okay. Yes. 630,000 tries. And here I am, trying to reduce my grass from like 20k to like 7k. Oh, this is crazy. So yeah, this is just built for Nanite then. Okay. Okay. Let's see. It was just a test anyway, right? So we'll see how far we get. Dun-dun-dun. Duplicate. That's why I don't use Megascan assets straight away. Yep. You see why. But yeah, it just has a placeholder anyway. Where did you put it? Static mesh. Put you in there. Duplicate. They do look really nice though. Yeah. You have a limited budget, no wonder. No. Change this to this guy. I have a couple of variations in there now. Let's have a look. Wow, they're really tall. What? No, maybe that's my mistake. Fast density. Yeah, I thought so. Shift right mouse, cool. Shift left mouse. Oh wait, wrong ones. Cool, okay. Let's try that again. Still pretty tall. I do like that it adds like a little pop, you know? They're too big. Doesn't really make that much sense for them to be super big. Maybe only in the fields, but still. Kind of like what they add in terms of like variation. Let's see. Can we try? Rubber bush. Hemp. Are you making this scene for anything in particular? No, this is mainly just personal work. I'm just having fun. And And then just updating my portfolio as well. That's also part of it. But honestly, it's more like a passion project for me, rather than anything else. Of Paradise, Kangaroo Paw. Small? Wait, wasn't there an option where you could see like how big they were? Just give me the low quality stuff next time. Download. Also, what would be nice is to get a placeholder for crops. Exactly like this. Wheatgrass, wheat, barley. Yes, give me that. Give me that. I kind of thought you were doing it for the Unreal Engine Marketplace, considering the many parts. Yeah. I'm also gonna sell it at the end, but like that's more like an afterthought. Like I'm honestly just doing this for fun. That's also why I have no deadline, right? Like if it was primarily for the marketplace, then I would have like a deadline because then profits come first. But and yellow. Add, please. What is this? What does that mean? Local. Okay. Add. Did it already add it? Did I just miss it? No, right? Because it should pop up. Oh no. It just doesn't do the pop-up thing anymore. Okay. Okay. Oh, these guys are cute. Yeah, okay. These are definitely low quality. Oh my god. Love that LODing. Okay, let's replace these guys then. Right, because those guys were a little bit too big. So just filter by mesh. Oh, this is just picking like LOD3. I see what they're doing. So if you pick like a higher detail, it's gonna pick higher LODs. Fair enough. This one works. I think for these guys, we might have to scale them up, right? Yeah, because that's... Well, I think a little pop of color in there. Understandable, else the quality and the speed will suffer greatly if it's money first. But, yeah. Not necessarily, right? Like, but yeah, the tendency for it to be would be there. You have any glass windows in this project? Nope. No glass in this project whatsoever. We're going back to a time where glass wasn't like an occurring thing yet. Hey Costas, how's it going? It's been a while, man. Yeah, see, something like that. I just want something small, just to get like a little bit of variation in there. Yeah. See if we can spot some here. Okay, we got some here. Okay. I think if you wanted to have them in the foreground, we'll probably need to place them ourselves, right? Yeah, this stuff is not going to look out great. Is glass usually tricky to work with? Because I'm terrible with it. Yep, it is. Glass is pretty horrendous to work with. First of all, to get it looking right, and then also to getting it performant as well. There are a couple of things that you can do. Look into high quality reflections. I think that's like a checkbox that you need to tick in the project settings, and that's going to give you like better reflections on translucent materials. And also in the glass shader itself, like the material, you have to set the surface response to something else than what it's basically set at, because the basic setting of that is horrible. Let me see, right? So you can, if you have like under the translucency tab in your material, it's set to volumetric non-directional. And if you have a volumetric shader, you set this to like per pixel or something like that, so that it becomes more accurate. Oh, sorry, that was Andrea. I thought it was Alex asking the question, but yeah. It is difficult. I did write, if you're curious, it's a bit outdated because it's for Unreal Engine 4, but I did write a tutorial on how to make glass in Unreal Engine 4. It's on my ArtStation. If you want to check that out, if you're struggling with glass. Cool. Okay, we got some wildflowers in there. I'm actually happy with the grass, the way that it looks now. It's nice. I think the only thing that we can really do is tweak the material a little bit. That it blends in just a little bit more. But I think apart from that, we're good. Oh, I haven't set up like vertex colors for these guys. Like I did have like a little bit of a blend going on at the bottom, but honestly, I might do that in the texture instead, you know? Let's see if we can do that now. I think if you... Flash shaders... This is probably a good one as well. Let me see. This is my 3D tutor. But I do have this resource right here. Share that as well. How did you get those small, kind of destroyed stone walls? They're made out of like individual rocks. These guys, right? They're just made out of like individually placed rocks in like, well, in the mesh, right? What they look like. And I've made them modular so that you can actually like chain them together. Yeah, the texture. Let's see. Oh, it already has some of it. Okay. Maybe I just need to remove it. How long have you been working on this? Remind me, please. I've been working on this. We're gonna celebrate the 3rd anniversary in February next year. So 2.5 years, let's say. But keep into account, right? Like, this is not full time. There's a lot of Beyond Extend stuff in between. But I've been working on this thing for a while. Okay, so for the grass, I am gonna remove that little blend that's going on. Oh yeah, that's right. The reason why I did the vertex color was because like my wind intensity map wasn't working. Like my wind influence map, which was super weird. Proper full-time commitment, few months. Yeah, probably. Also, if I didn't take like constant detours and actually focus on like just getting it done, then yeah, a couple months. Because you know, I've taken so many detours like, hey, I want to set up my own speed tree equivalent in geometry nodes, so I'm gonna do that. And it's just like, yeah, why did I do that? It's cool, you know, not complaining, but also if you want to make something quickly, that's not the way to do it. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, this project is just pure fun and joy for me. Like, there's obviously gonna be times where it's like frustrating to get stuff done, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. Figuring stuff out. Let's see. Base color. Particular. The thatched roof looks great. How did you make it happen and how dense is it? Thatched roof is actually just a tileable texture that has like a couple of material layers on it, and it looks horrible up close. It actually has some speed tree color variation in it already. Just very subtle. And then for the thatch, it's a tileable texture that I made in Substance Designer. And it's actually not too dense, you know. I'll see if I can show the texture as well. Oh wait, wrong texture. So this is what the texture looks like. The bottom here is all opacity. So I have like a chunk that's for like the end. And I have like this section, which is like for the top of rooftops where stuff is bound together. I have like a large section for like tileable stuff, and then I have like a section down here for the roof ends, you know, like where the stuff like kind of drapes down. Yeah. Don't it like hair cards? Yeah, it's also like I then added like different layers on top of it, right? Let me see. This is not the most detailed building. Let's see. Man, that moss is ridiculous. Let's mix it up a little bit. Need your dirt as well. Yeah, so this one is actually way more dense and it has like way more layers to it. As you can see. Yeah. All just made with one texture, right? And just like layering on top of it. Did you worry much about like overdraw complexity because of the transparency? Did I worry about it? Nah. If it was becoming an issue, then there's like a ton of opportunity to really optimize this stuff. The cards themselves are pretty optimized already, and if like overdraw would really be an issue, we can still condense it. I mean, it's not. You're not gonna have like a lot of multiple layers that are like going behind each other, right? It's not like your grass and it's like, oh, this is an issue when you have like lots of overdraw in this case. Like with these kind of things, it's different. Yeah, so I'm actually happy with the grass that we did today. It's looking pretty nice. Then I think we're gonna replace these guys, like these flowers, with flowers that we make ourselves. Maybe add like a couple of variations between them too. Would be nice. RVTs were broken. Let's go. Yeah, let's see. What do I want to do? Because if we go to the project here, like we have, I'm thinking about the sequence again, right? So we have like a forest, we have the camp, we have the farm, the gates, and then the inn, right? And that's going to be the conclusion of the first little story where we go into the inn and ask for like a room. Oh, that would be interesting if we can make like a room, like an interior of an inn, right? And that's where the first section concludes. It might also be interesting to play around with the lighting a little bit more, so that we're kind of going from like sunset till sundawn to indicate that there's like lots of time between each one. Would also be interesting. Yeah. Oh, kind of intrigued now what I can do with an interior, but I'm probably gonna make that like a separate level. Because I wanna... I mean, the roof is kind of screwed up, but... Can we do something with this? Do we wanna do we want to bother making it in the actual building or not? How many shots of a scene would you say is too much for a portfolio piece? There's no too much, right? Like the thing that you need to worry about is how much new stuff you're showing off in each shot, right? That's the main thing that matters. Like if you're just gonna show like slightly different angles from like the same asset, and I mean slightly different angles, right? Like sometimes you have like 45 degrees and 30 degrees, and then like front, and then like another shot, and another shot, and another shot. If that becomes too much, yeah, don't do it. Like oftentimes, like less is more. Screw it. I'm gonna make this interior. I'm gonna see what we can do with it. Just want to see if it's feasible. No, not flatten target. I keep doing this. I don't really have anything here that can help me, really. Don't think I focus on like interiors too much. So and the only bed that I have is this weird looking like thatch bed. So maybe I mean we could cobble something together. Let's see. Let's just see how far we get with this. Sometimes this is where the fun happens, you know, when you're just smashing stuff together. A floor in here. Nice. Fits perfectly. Love that. Drag it out to here as well. Let's paint all of this grass out. Let's sculpt this stuff down as well, because I don't want the RVTs to show up. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, I think RVTs have shat the bed again. It is a small inn now, thinking about it, right? Eh, let's just pretend. And it's all good. Got to 2 months later, Tim has created 12 different interiors. You know what? It might get to a stage like that. You're kidding. But yeah, we might get to that point where I'm like, man, it would be nice to have a bunch of interiors, and then I just disappear again. This doesn't look good. Do we still need to bake it or something? Let's see. Channel curvature. Yeah. Was it? This bed will need to refine that a lot. We have like a little nightstand or like a little table. I have a stool. I can kind of repurpose as like a little nightstand, and then put some candles on that. I think that could be nice. I've been going back and forth on interiors like the whole time. I'm like, should I? Probably DLC, I don't know. You know, like, not now. But then something in me is like, yeah, do it. Do it. Of course, this tavern is off angle, so... Oh, I wonder... The tree is just growing inside. Ignore all of it. Spotlight. Can I set the indirect lighting intensity to something like ridiculous? Flame near a highly flammable mattress? Yes, let's go! Health hazard galore! It's cozy, huh? This is gonna change all the blueprints, isn't it? Oh no, just this one. I think we should be good then. Could we? So I want to put window bars in there. I think that would be a good next thing to make. But for now, I'm gonna see if we can cheat. Let's see, what did I call them again? Oh, railings, right? Yes. Let's get in there. Let's cheat it up. Stretch this out a little bit. Placeholder. Let's go. To be honest, I was expecting this to be way worse, like building an interior. It actually looks like I kind of had an idea of what I was doing. So that feels good. Mm-hmm. Let's put casting shadows on. Yeah. Where's a pillow made out of sheep's fur and a pigskin? Hell yeah. It's gonna be fun making a bunch of stuff for the interiors. Some volumetric light coming in from above. Like that. Got to go, love the peeps. I will definitely see you at EGX, man. Can't wait. Let's go! It's getting closer. Meet up, meet up, meet up. Let's see. I have like a small bucket underneath here as well. I mean, there's not too much that we can put in here, huh? Oh, maybe like a chest. Oh my god, these are big. Scale them down just a little bit. Yeah, at the end of the bed. Do we have assets we can put on there? We have mug. A mug is a good idea. Where's my mug? Here's my mug. There you go. Let's see, what would be a good angle for this guy? Camera. So, gonna pilot this guy. Hey George! Afternoon, y'all. We're gonna fly into. Don't forget the phone charger. It is very dark though. I think what we might do with this guy. City Inn. A room. I'm gonna crank up the exposure a little bit. Oh. Whoa! That is cool. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I heard that other people are having issues with Discord as well. let's see. Seems... Seems to work for me. I mean, I can browse and all that stuff still. Let's see. And what if we turn it to night and then go into our camera again? Yes. Look at this. I like this. So I was saying this to people in a chat yesterday, like in our Discord chat, that I have no idea what I'm gonna do for the stream. And I gotta tell you, I wasn't expecting to make like an interior at all. And I'm also happy that I did. For this shot, I think we're gonna turn up the saturation a little bit. Okay, maybe not that much. Then put like a cushion here. What can we do? Love the soft shadowing. Let's get this light to do like a soft shadow as well. Oh no, it's not this guy. Oh. It's the source angle? Keep forgetting. Wait, hold up. This doesn't have a soft source? What? Should do, right? Ah, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Distance field shadows. I think the resolution on this guy is not enough to do distance field. Oh, the other thing. Volumetric intensity. I don't want any volumetrics. Not on this guy. Hey Daniel! Hey Alan! How are you both doing? Great to see you both here. This can go. Can this go? Let me just quickly check. Slow point. Yep, that has everything in it. It's good. So that means that this can go. What else are we missing? Crunch at work and I want to die. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound great, man. Hope it doesn't last too long. It's been man, it's been a crazy year for the industry in general. Like basically our Discord is also just all the layoffs that are happening at like all different places. So yeah. Yeah, I also saw like a couple of people at Ubisoft that were getting laid off too. But I don't know what the extent of that is. It might be just like individuals rather than like a mass thing, hopefully. It sucks to read about all these awesome people losing their jobs though. You know what's even weirder? Like sometimes the company that has, well, I know why it is, but like sometimes the companies that have let go people, like for example Epic, they let go of like, what was it 800, 900 people, but then they still have open positions for environment artists, even though they have environment artist openings themselves, or while they let go like a bunch of people. You heard the buzz about the game studio strikes? Wasn't that just for voice actors in games though? Because I know that the voice actors guild, or like I don't know what the guild is. I'm not up to date with most of this stuff. That it is spilling over into games. But like I don't see like a larger strike coming. Just finished college last week and got promoted from student to unemployed. Yeah, it's not uncommon to like have a little bit of time in between, but yeah, it's not a great time to be looking for a job. I mean, it's weird, right, Andrea? I think it still is. It depends on where you are. I mean, that has always rung true, right? So that's not like a weird statement, but just like if you're at, so the thing that I was saying before, right? Like Epic Games is still hiring people in other offices. Just if you're in this specific office, like Mediatonic, for example, they had to let go of like a bunch of people. So it's like a company under the same banner that is unwilling, well, given the benefit of the doubt, that is unwilling to move people around, or that the people are not willing to move around. But yeah, I mean, because I would say that if you're a big company like that, you make a shit ton of money, that you can move people around, right? And if then people are not willing to, because obviously if you're going to take a job offer in London, you're not going to uproot your life just because the company is like, hey, look, we want you to move there now. Right? So that can still happen, but at least give people the choice. But it seems like it's just cheaper to hire people in the locale rather than going through the effort. Which is a shame. Thanks for subscribing, Ricky. Appreciate that. What do you mean Epic has environment art position opened? I've only seen a senior one recently, but apart from that, did I miss a page? I've only seen it where other people were saying that, hey, for some places in America they still have like open positions as a junior. Might be wrong. Yeah, even senior, right? Same still applies. Like they got rid of like a bunch of senior people at the other office too. So why not transfer them, right? Makes no sense to me. They had an all levels environment art position listing for the past couple of weeks. Yeah, so second favorites coming in and saying that they had like an open position. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. Val is saying, I heard on Daniel G's channel there's a rumor going around that they might pull a strike. At since the movie industry went on one as well. The way I heard, it was a studio-wide thing. I think what might happen in that case, and I don't know, I haven't heard about anything like this, right? Also, it seems very, very US-centric up until this point. So, I think if that might happen, there might be a spillover of like people that want to support like the Voice Actors Guild or whoever's doing the main strike, right? So I could see that happening. But yeah, like a studio-wide thing, especially in Europe, right? I'm in Europe. I don't really see that happening in the foreseeable future. But you know, like, hey, I might be totally wrong too. It's also, we're working with like two completely different systems, right? Where like workers' protection are completely different in the US compared to Europe as well. And we generally have it better. But it is something new that's coming up, right? And I think if you look at like the general culture, right? I feel like the ripples always start in the US and then like ripple over to like other countries or like regions in this case. Yeah. Adam Field, they said something about loss of profit on Fortnite. Yeah, so I read into this a little bit, and they're saying basically that they're doing a strategic shift from like Fortnite as like just being like a main moneymaker, right? And they notice that probably because they have some internal numbers that they're basing this on, they see like a drop off coming for Fortnite. So what they're doing is they're moving towards like a creator economy, but that is like a different kind of economy compared to what they were doing before, right? So they're working with different margins now. So I can see that happening. But also, like, they're still making like a shit ton of money anyway. So yeah, it could also be, if you look at it cynically, right? It's just because they see a lot of other companies do it that they're just like, oh, now might be a good time to let people go. That seems to be the argument that people bring up as well. Don't know how much of that is true though. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, no matter how much we say about it, right? Like, it still sucks for the people involved. Nothing's really gonna change that. But it's not, yeah, it's tech in general, right? I looked at a site yesterday. Forgot the name of the site. But it basically had listings of like all tech companies that are letting people go. And there's a lot of them at the moment. But there's still people that are getting jobs too. So I don't want to be like purely doomsaying, right? I don't think that's like really conducive to anything good. So what do we need here? I feel like people would just scalp the strikers' jobs. So that's one of the things, right? Like, when it comes to worker protection, like, if you go on strike, I don't think it's legal for a company to kick you out here in Europe. So you can't do that. In America, it's probably going to be a little bit different. So you might be right. I don't know the ins and outs of like worker protections and like unions and all that stuff in America. Yeah. Hi, Hendrik. Andrea is also looking for junior positions, and all I find is senior or even director positions. It's crazy. Or they want someone with mid-level skills. Andrea, like a quick tip there, if you see some, like an opening with mid-level skills, apply anyway. Just go for it. Because sometimes, depending on the portfolio, they might make an exception and be like, yeah, look, your portfolio is good enough to so that we'll hire you as a junior, but you can already fulfill like the jobs of like a mid pretty quickly, right? Let's see. What would be cool here? Yeah, what does everyone else think about it? Because I know that we probably have like a bunch of juniors in the chat, or like people that are looking to get into the games industry. Like, how does this stuff make you feel? I mean, it might sound like a very dumb question, but I'm just really curious. People have said that they think because of COVID, companies overhired, and that the industry is in recession, they are laying them off. I don't think so. I don't really think so. Like, just blaming COVID again for this? I think it's just... I think the reality of companies overhiring, that might be a reality, right? But I don't think... I don't think that COVID is to blame for this. Like, purely, you know? Because, as always, right? Like, management needs to take this into account, and if they don't have the foresight to look at like 2 years down the line, then yeah. I actually haven't thought about that. What they ask is a little bit intimidating, but I'll shoot my shot. Who knows what can happen? Exactly. Exactly. 100%. You always need to give it a shot. Because, like you said, you never know what comes out of it, right? What do people say? Like, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take? Well, just take it. Like, the worst that can happen is that they don't say anything back, right? Not the worst thing. Got some clutter as well. I'm still debating what we should put in this room. Like, maybe just like clutter up the sides a little bit. Let's see what people have to say about this as well, right? 100% what I see as well, Andrea. But again, it's nothing new where you have to know a guy who knows a guy. Not 100% true. It's definitely a good way to get in, but it's not that only all the jobs are because you know people, right? I like a challenge. It will feel way better when I get there. Nice. That's a good approach to it. Val finds it a bit daunting, and I can definitely see why. Yeah. And Maddie says the same thing. Feels impossible to join, even if we did. There's little security. Yeah. It can definitely feel like that, for sure. In general, we're going through like a weird time. I would say that... Oh god. That's not what I meant with 100%, but okay. Fair enough. But yeah. Maddie, the little security thing... Yeah, it's just because we're going through like a weird phase. I would say that in general, in Europe, I feel that it's pretty secure. It's just we're going through a weird time. Right? Like, it's a pretty horrible time at the moment, but this time is gonna go over, right? So this is gonna blow over, and then everything is gonna go back to relative normality, I think. There's no way of like really knowing how long this is gonna take, right? That's the thing that we'll just have to wait out. But there's one thing for sure that I know is that this is gonna blow over at a certain point. It's a little unsettling since it's already hard to get in the industry, but it's quite easy to get dropped. Yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah, again, it's like a European versus American thing, right? I feel like it's, again, generalizing, right? Like Europe tends to work less with contractual work, even though they still do it. Like usually what happens, from what I can tell, right? Take this with a grain of salt because I have a very European view. But if you work in the US, like you will more likely be moving between contracts. And if you want to stick with a company here in Europe, like what happens is you'll probably start on a contract, but then that contract after a year or two usually gets turned into like a full-time position. From which at that point it's very hard to let you go or kick you out. Right? Depends on. Wait, let me have a look here, right? I mean, luckily it sounds like it might be able to get my buddy into the same studio as me and get that referral bonus. Yeah, you gotta make your way in with whatever means you can, right? Like just make use of all the opportunities that you have available. It depends on one if we can relocate financially or not. Here in Germany, it's a dry sea when it comes to AAA. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely more sparse for sure. And yeah, relocation is definitely going to be trickier as a junior because they usually won't give relocation assistance. Some companies do, some companies don't, so it kind of depends on what company you join. But yeah. Yep, I hear you. Hendrik heard a good sentence from Curtis Hold. A big company might fire people, but all in all, I think more and more companies get founded because you can make really good games with lesser budget. And the 3D field in Belief isn't overcharged. Yeah, so... Oh man. The big issue with that statement, I think, is it's true, right? That you can make certain games with like lesser budget, but if you really want to make a big company, let's say if you want to make a company that's going to really actively contribute to the job market, right? Where you as a company are looking for lots of people that you can hire. You can't do that on a small scale. So I don't think that's going to actually change anything to the job market in general, right? They'll hire people over time as they grow a little bit. But I think a lot of them are not going to scale to a size where they'll change the job market that much. You know what I'm saying? Like a small company, like for example, any example, right? Any indie company. It's very unlikely that you'll get into them because they're looking for such a specific type of person that it's going to be very tricky to get into them. But in general, I do agree though. Like, you're going to have like more companies making more games. But yeah, I don't think in relevance to the job market that it's going to change. Yeah, I'm kind of torn, right? Because I can also see like a shift where like AA developers are still going to grow their teams to like a sizable amount. And maybe that becomes like a more flexible way of dealing with it, right? So let's say you have a team of 70 people. That's still a good sized team, right? To make like a good product. And that's still going to leave like a lot of opportunities for juniors to get into it too. So in general, yeah, I do agree that there's going to be like more companies that are getting founded and like make really good games with a lesser budget. But there's also the counterpoint to what a lot of AAA directors are saying, that to get into AAA games now, it's kind of really, really difficult to get the budgets and to take the risks and to start a new IP and all that stuff. Serbian's first AAA game, Scorn, was made with a studio of 30-ish people. They started from like 7. Yeah. Is that a AAA game? Because I wouldn't... This is also a weird thing, right? Like, there's no standard definition for like a AAA game. I would say that the game looks good, but I don't think it is a AAA game per se. I would classify it more as AA. But yeah, where's the difference, right? I think to me the difference comes from... To me that games feels more... What is that game series called? Amnesia, right? It kind of feels very related to that. Whereas AAA, by the definition that we look at it now, is that it's so much more... Oh god, like how do you define it, right? Like I'm struggling with it myself. Because like I was trying to say like that the game is so much more than just like a linear path through a game now. But then you still have obviously like the massive AAA games for Uncharted, right? So that doesn't account either. Because I think the usual definition of like a AAA game is that I think the very traditional thing is that the amount of money that it costs to make a game. I think that was like where the term AAA came from, because it costs this amount of money. I think the company size should give an idea of whether it's AAA or AA. Yeah, potentially. But then it's team size then, right? Like not company size. But there's a caveat to that too, right? Because what if you're a very small developer, but you just work with like a lot of outsourcers, which is very common as well, right? Do you go AA or AAA then? Mildly related, like the new game on the Epic Store, Witchfire, was made by 12 people and is stunning. Was it only 12 people or 12 people and a ton of outsource? Because I've seen this floating around, right? But yeah. I mean, there are gems out there, right? So for example, The Ascent, that's also made by like a really small team. But yeah, Andrea, I think once you have your foot in the door in the industry, it might be easy, maybe. I really don't know. Maybe you can give some insight into that. Yeah, so I think it gets easier once you've done your first full development cycle of a game, right? Because the thing that people don't know if you're coming out of university is how you're going to react to the different phases in a development cycle for a game. And once you have done like a full development from like pre-production to like final release, they know that you kind of know like the large overview and like how to kind of act and what is going to be expected from you in like different sections of the development cycle, right? So I think that's the massive benefit when people are asking for industry experience. That's really what they're talking about. And obviously, the more games you have under your name, like the more experienced you come across, and the easier it's going to be to get a foot, well, to move between companies. I would say, in my opinion, right now, in my opinion, right now, well, it's always been the case. I think, like, just getting into the industry is by far the most difficult thing, and I don't think it's gonna get easier because there's just more and more interest, and there's not enough jobs to like fill the interest of like the general public going into games. So, yeah. But yeah, 100%. Like once you got your foot in the door, it gets easier. By the way, your scene and the whole environment looks amazing already. Honestly, this is something I love and you are nailing it. Thank you for sharing it on a regular basis. Thanks, Nitraj. Thank you so much. Let's see, is there something else that we want to do? So we've done an update to the grass, which I'm really happy with. I really like where the grass is at now. I think let's make some variations where it's like sparse grass while we're talking about this stuff. The team behind Witchfire outsourced the music, but the rest is their team. It's not wildly complex, but it's very good looking and real fun. Nice. Yeah, I'll need to check it out. I haven't looked at it. Do you think AAA studios will value experience from smaller studios? I might land a job at some studio here in Serbia, but we don't really have big studios. It's mostly indie ones and AA. Yeah, because the general workflow doesn't really change that much, right? Like when you're taking a game from pre-production all the way through production to like publishing it, like that doesn't really change. Like obviously there's going to be more stakeholders with like bigger companies and it's going to be more specialized and all that stuff, right? But it's not drastically going to change. So yeah, I don't think so. Like I think what might change is the seniority perception, right? So let's say for a smaller studio, like a smaller studio, I'll give an example, right? A smaller studio is very quick to promote you, and let's say you have 2 years of experience and you're already a senior, as an example, right? What might happen is that you go to like another studio where they're like, hey, look, you've been in the industry for 2 years, you're not a senior to us, but you're like junior or maybe like a mid artist. I think that can happen. Hey Tim, you think I can send you a concept and get your thoughts on it later? Do it in Whip Wednesday. That's probably the best way of getting my thoughts on anything. Let's see. Oh, I forgot you could change the Blender UI colors. Yeah. There might actually be one thing that I want to do, and it's instead of having it all round, like making it like a little bit more interesting, just as like a final tweak before we round this off. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it with the actual geo. Did you do your graphs with geometry nodes too? No, I was thinking about it yesterday, where I could potentially build like a geometry nodes like plugin, but I just do it with particles. I have a quick technical question. When you change the normals in Blender, put weighted normals in a different angle or auto smooth, do you need to rebake the textures again? Yes. So like weighted normals, I generally wouldn't use in like a high to low poly bake, as far as I can tell. Because those weighted normals are mainly just for if you want to have like your bevels look nice when you don't have like a lot of geometry to spare, right? And you don't have a normal map. But like if you have a normal map, like it's actually going to take care of the smoothing for you if you have like a good enough high poly to do that bevel. Okay. Got like some dynamic stuff going on. ZenUV is pretty nice. Yeah, I think ZenUV is a good plugin for UVs in Blender. I use that one myself too. I like the trim sheets, like the hotspot UV mapping stuff that they have. Can you send the link for the portfolio check in the chat? Yeah, sure. Portfolio reviews. The hell was that? No. Fair enough. You should really add like a small FAQ section in the description of the streams for frequent questions. It'll make... Yeah, I should do that. That's a good idea. That is a very good idea. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Okay, let's do the same thing here. Check the data. Rotation. And then I'm just gonna cut out like a random amount of these guys so that we get like a little bit more variation, like we were doing before. Just transfer names over. We actually missed portfolio reviews for this month, actually. So I'm looking forward to maybe even doing some more for next month's entry. Oh, you use it to make your rocks feel a little bit sharper, but now I have to test the difference. I think if you want to make your rocks feel sharper, then you'll just have to do that in the high poly instead. If you're baking them down, right? Are they meta-humans? Nah, they're just like a free download. It's like, I just use them as scale reference, so I don't need like all the details as like for meta-humans. Let's see. Let's get these guys in. There's my little grass field. Yeah, honestly, like the little flowers, they do help a lot in breaking it up. It'll be nice once we make our own ones. Grass. Do paint. Bonk. Yes. That's what I love to see. Makes the whole thing a little bit more dynamic. So good. Like it. Let's see. Are the other scenes still intact? On the normals topic, does auto smooth then actually help if I bake normals? Oh, if you're asking that question, then you need to take a step back probably. Because with baking, there is like a specific and very simple rule that you kind of need to follow. Like if you're baking something down, like whatever you want to do, whenever you have an edge that is like close to 90 degrees, you have to make that edge hard and also have a UV split there as well, in general. So that actually means that, like, let's say you have a rock, right? And like a very simple example, you have a rock and you have like one seam that goes like all the way around the rock. So you just have like 2 UV islands. The only thing that you want to do there is on that seam, you make that a hard edge and then bake the rest of it down as like a soft shape. A hot tip. Yeah, it's basically baking simplified, you know, like if you want to know like a little bit more on that, Populist, have a look at the PDF. There's like a whole section on baking, which it basically goes a little bit more in depth. Basically goes a little bit more in depth on what I just said. By hard you mean sharp? Yes, exactly. Yep. Any tips to create the basket models in the fibrous textures? Any tips? I don't know. That's always such a weird question because it's such a wide topic. What did I call it again? Let's see. Because honestly, like this texture is super simple. Like it is literally just like a woven kind of fabric, which is basically just like a shape that goes up and down like over and over again, and I just scatter that like across like the whole tileable, and then have like little bits of hair in between it. It does an okay job. And then the baskets themselves, they're actually just like smart UVing, right? Like you have like the main shape, and then you break that up by having like these other shapes at the edges of the baskets. But it's all just still like a tileable, right? So for example, this kind of stuff like is still just like the one tileable. And then you can do some cool stuff where I don't actually know if I still have it. I don't think I do. You can probably... Oh god. So you don't actually need geometry to create something interesting. No. No. And like if you really wanted geometry, like I'm doing here, right? It has like a little bit of geometry on the edge. What I do there is I use the height map from the texture to then displace that into Blender and then optimize it again. I do that with a lot of textures actually. What method are you using for your ground plane shader? Just a normal landscape material? Anything more specific there you can ask, Alan? What are you curious about? Like which aspect of it? Okay, so we have these guys. What I want to do now is I want to make like sparse variations of them too, I think. Ah, I forgot to do this. I need to... Think. Oh, anti-tile? No. No, I don't actually use like anything interesting. Like if you zoom out, like you can see it tile. Like it's actually horrible. I don't have any fancy setup there. Nothing at all. What you would normally use is you would have like a macro texture, right? So if you zoom out or you see like across distances, it would actually project like a big texture that at least gives you like some that would at least give you like some color variation, right? Over like long distances and doesn't make the tiling feel like absolutely horrible. But I'm not doing anything fancy on that on my landscape shader here. Am I using height data to drive something? The only thing that I use is POM for shadowing. So I don't actually use POM for actual depth, but I just use it for like a little bit of shadowing. And that's about it, yeah. When it comes to fancy stuff. It's about as far as I would say I go. And thank you. Oh, sorry. If you wanna dive into that a little bit more, look at the rural Australia scene. That's been, I don't know who made it. Let me quickly have a look. Because they do some really cool stuff with their terrain shader, and I think that project is free to download. What's it called? Yeah. Rural Australia. That's the one. This one. This one was actually really interesting to see how they approach their landscape shader and how much detail they can get. Yeah. Is it required? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I would say have a look at this guy, because that's basically where I got the trick from to use Palm for like shadowing and have like very detailed looking ground. They still do like a way better job at it because there were certain parts that I couldn't understand, I'll be honest. And I was just like, hey, look, I'm not gonna recreate that if I don't understand it. The water shader in that pack is great to learn from too. Oh, I didn't even know that they had a water shader. That's cool. Select. No. Pick random. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm setting up some variations. Gonna make sure that they have a little bit of variation. So we're gonna call this. Don't know why we're calling it Grass 03. That doesn't make sense. Grass cluster, large, sparse. What show has everyone been watching? That's a great question. The last one that we fully watched was like the latest season from Black Mirror, but I didn't like it. Like I didn't really like the latest season of Black Mirror. Even though that was the reason why we got Netflix again. But yeah. Just didn't like it at all. And then we've been watching what's that called? What's that called? Like even though we watch it like almost every day, like I don't know what's it called. Let me look it up. It's with Grisha's and Shadow and Bone, that's the one. Shadow and Bone. That's pretty good. I don't know, in general, like I don't really watch that many series or like anything like that anymore. The Great Pottery Throwdown in Taskmaster. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Taskmaster. So the Great Pottery. that sounds like a good show, like a good adult show, you know? Adult as in like I've gotten to an age where I just want something chill to watch. Like honestly, like we do the same thing with cooking shows as well. Like oh my god, there was a show that made me constantly hungry. From a while back, it was like a show about barbecuing in America. Oh my god. The Great Pottery Throwdown, it's so awesome. Maybe I should have a look at this. I think the cooking shows that we were watching, like, it was so bad because it just made you hungry even though we were watching it as we were eating. Barbecue Pitmaster? I think that's the one. Yeah. so hungry. Let's add these guys in. Think. We're gonna go back to our little spot. So I keep forgetting where it is. There it is. You don't want to watch like anything bacon related? I can't help myself, Andrea. It's so good. They just have like the big thumbnail with like the juicy piece of meat or like the juicy cake on it, and it's like, yes, sign me up. So let's duplicate this guy and add some of the sparse ones in here as well. You're making us all hungry in here? Well, and I haven't even shown like any pictures yet. I do have to say, there's like a bunch of really cringe shows as well, where it's like, sorry to say it out loud, but like super Americanized, right? Where like everything is kind of like over the top and like super over the top reactions, and like it's just too much. And it's just like, oh, I can't deal with that though. I think there was, what was that show called? I don't know what the name is, but I'm guessing that people will know what I'm talking about. It was a show about people baking a cake, but they were cakes that looked like real objects. And then people in the crowd, they had to guess at a distance which one was the real object and which one was the cake. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, but man, like the reactions were so over the top, and it was so produced that it was just like, ugh, can't watch this. Oh, it's barely. Oh, we're getting a little bit more variation. That's quite nice. I know that one. I think it's probably been quite popular on Netflix. But yeah, I could only deal with like half of an episode, and then it was like, no, 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 no. No thanks. MasterChef, yes. Oh, we watched another one. I think this one. Has anyone ever heard of Come Dine With Me? There's a bunch of things in those concepts, right? Is it a show where it's, what is it again? Like 4 people, I think? And they each take a turn where they have to do the cooking for the rest of them, and like they get graded by the other people that they have over? Is that the one? Where is it again? I want to generate my own lots, please. Oh, put it in the folders group. Yes. Yeah. We used to have that same concept in Belgium as well. And yeah, I don't know why, but like anything in Dutch, but like in Flemish, sorry, it just makes it 1,000 times more cringe to me. Yeah, that would be on the TV. My parents would watch that occasionally. Oh my god, so many weird shows out there. auto compute lot distances. Where was it again? I want to make my own LODs. I was doing this yesterday. I think it's because it can get cringy, makes it so fun to watch. I understand that. No, I don't want to... Oh, yeah, I have to set it to 3 or something. Duh. God. So dumb. There was another UK show. I think it was the UK. Where they get put into a house together. And it's like 20 people, I think, in the beginning. And they have to do, like, cooking challenges. And they have to do cooking challenges, but like every challenge has like their own little setup. So they have to like work together in a team, or they have to work solo or whatever. And then every day like someone gets voted off by like the rest of the people. Oh my god. But those shows, they make it so sneaky because they do like these setups, right? Where they'll put people together who have like, I don't know, they don't like each other anymore, or like they're kind of having like a little bit of a feud, and then they'll put them together and whatever. Oh. And then there's also people who are like, I'm just gonna play by the rules, like may the best man win, like that kind of stuff, and then they backstab each other in the end, and it's like, oh. Yeah, generally I'm not a big fan of that either. Like second favorite to say, and like just watching the shows where he's nice. I have to be honest, like I do like the ones where he get really angry, or like goes and visits like kitchens. It's like kitchen nightmares, right? And people think that they're like the shit, but they actually really suck at cooking. Let's see. Okay, so LD0. 100%. LD1. Put this to 25. Yes. Don't want you to auto compute my distance. Set it to 0.8. And then LD2 is going to be like 5% at like 0.5 or something. 0.4, I think. Let's see. Do the same thing for this guy. So LD1. Set it to 25%. Oh, did I set... Didn't click apply changes, did I? That's why there are different shows for everyone. Exactly. So, Andrea, is that your favorite show to watch then? Like the Come Dine With Me show? If you... Okay, so this is a question for everyone. If it had to be a cooking show, which one would you pick? Like your favorite cooking show? Or I guess cooking related, because Kitchen Nightmares doesn't really go into cooking all that much, but still counts. Let's do the same thing here. As we're setting up LODs. So the first one, and then the second one is at 0.4, go to 5 triangles, or like 5%. rather. Carl! Carl's Bakery. That is a show that still needs to come out, huh? What am I looking for? LOD visualization, please. Oh god. Chug a chug chug. Yeah, so that's LOD 0, LOD 1, and LOD 2. I think that's good. The trees can probably be cut down severely as well, now that I'm just looking at the LOD transition. Second favorite, stop cheating, you can only pick one. Val is not too much into cookie shows, but Is It Kate was fun to watch on the couch? Yeah. Alan says, gimme Gordon. Kitchen Nightmares? Hell yeah. Alright. Feeling good about the grass now. Feeling really good about it. And I think once we sprinkle in some more wildflowers, it's gonna be nice. Actually, test it, right? Oh. They're added in here by default? I think the density is gonna go crazy on this. Oh no. Wait, do they come with like a preset setup? Oh. Yeah, this is gonna go pretty slow. Huh? $600k tries for each single one of these. What they do lot out like really quick though, which is basically what I would expect. I have like lots of lots as well. Let's see. Curious now. This is already LOD 1, 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, that drops down like super quick. So it basically goes from like mesh to cards. It's interesting to look at, right? Because that means, that means that they have like a card setup on their UV sheets as well. That's cool. Yeah, so you have LD 0, full mesh, LD 1, still mesh, and then LD 2, which is cards. And then it goes to billboards at 3. And it's just like a single billboard. Oh well, I guess technically number 6 is a billboard. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it does show what you can do with the good LOD chain, right? Like, let's see. Barley, yes. So I want to put some fields with barley, please. There's my little field. I mean, not little. Can I just remove... Okay. Do it this way then. Bonk. Where's my barley? Shading on this looks horrible though. What the hell? The lead guy in it keeps baking instead of actually showing up for the shooting. How dare he! I keep eating the bread before he can get on the camera. Scale. Let's take it easy with this, huh? Oh yeah. Get some of that dense barley going on, like it. Still a little bit too dense though. No! Why were they so small though? That's what I'm wondering now. Like, did I overestimate how tall barley is? I don't know. $200, still a lot. 100. Oh yeah, we upped the scale in between, so. Wait, what? Oh. It is really tall now, though. Reference time! Barley height. Oh god, I'm so scared. I'm already seeing like half naked men on here, so. Oh my god. Field of barley. Can I just have one that has like a reference next to it? It's like a post next to it. That's not too tall, actually. It's not barley. Is that barley? It's also current barley is like, well, current anything is so genetically modified that it doesn't even look like what it was back then. Fields of barley. That looks nice. Nice variation in there. Okay. What we are gonna do is we're gonna reapply. We're gonna set the scaling from 2, 3. Make a cult gathering in the middle of the forest. Bardi cult gathering. Andrea, I haven't watched it yet, but my TV keeps telling me I should. The reason why I'm laughing is I'm just imagining like your TV just like whispering to you, like as you're just chilling in the sofa, like, "Hey, wanna watch this TV show? Come on, man. You know you want to." So this patch of forest got like really filled in by the adjustments that we did to the grass. Don't mind it too much, but Bardi is about waist height. Thank you, Carl. Let's compare that immediately. It's gonna be too tall, I think. Let's have a look. We've got 19 Alexa. Oh my god, this Bardi is huge. Dude, shit. We need to adjust this. Those look nice though. So it's very possible things will start talking. Oh my god, that's creepy. That creeps me out, man. How many monitors do you use? I've got 2 monitors here right now. And I got my drawing tablet as well. But my drawing tablet has kind of been dying over time, and I've been too lazy to send it back. So I don't really use it that much. Apart from Whip Wednesday. Okay, waist height. So let's do adjustments. That would be from 2 to 3, from 1 to 2 then, I guess. It's so small. Small Barley. We're gonna do a density adjustment as well. Oh, that might be too much. I don't know. It is a lot, but it does look good. Oh, just want to have like... Send some pics of barley. Let's go. Thanks, Carl. I knew that I could count on you for any bread-related stuff. Wait, barley? No, that's beer. Barley's for fermenting, right? Wait, I'm completely losing it now. Nah, they make... Ah! Cultivated grains. Oh, for both. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Carl. That's useful. The issue with this is that we can't really see the field anymore. So we could have like a little field here maybe. Put this up here. We would have to get rid of the grass, but... Barely see the grass anyway. Because it is nice to get like an indication of barley here, you know? Indication of the fields. Slid into his DMs with those dirty barley pics. Yeah. I don't want to say too much about it, but yeah. I mean, there were old men on it too. That's all I'll say. You make hops from barley, don't they? Yeah, I think so. No, hops are separate, right? Like hops is like its own tree. Maybe add some fruit trees in people's gardens. Yeah, that would be cool. I like making little gardens as well. But man, fruit trees, oh, that's like another caliber of we could. It's a good idea. But also, man, the work. Let's see. Yeah, so we get like a nice indication of like barley in the field. It's a very nice spot for them. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe we could extend the field to run along this line as well. Right, so that it kind of continues. Let's try it. Let's give it a try. Just gonna remove like a bunch of these guys. Right, and I'm gonna try to do it in the least amount of steps that I can. That I can easily switch back. So I'm just gonna add a whole bunch of barley here. And we're gonna switch back to our camera. And I think if we widen this space up a little bit more, I think that could be interesting, I think. Yeah, make it more about the field. Yeah. Looks so peaceful. Yes. That's mainly the vibe that I'm going for, right? Because a lot of medieval stuff is usually so focused on like the swords and the weapons and the castles and all that stuff, but I want to make something that's a little bit more peaceful, you know? It doesn't have to be all about the violence all the time. Second favorite is asking, is that POM on your mud detail decals? Yes. I did add... So it's an interesting combination because they also have geometry. So I did offset them with like a little bit of geometry as well. But I think they have POM as well. Let me actually check. Yeah, they use this trick where I'm using the POM for the shadow, but not necessarily for anything else. Yeah, the geometry helps a lot in this stuff as well. Let's actually push some of this stuff back as well. Now we're working on this shot again. So that we open this a little bit. Look at the beautiful field like that. good. I think we'll just spruce this up with a couple of trees that we sprinkle in. I want to go too big either, just to indicate that this is like the edge of the forest. Oh, Populous, you were asking about the hotkeys for switching your cameras, right? If you want to set a hotkey like this, you press Control and then like numpad, whatever number, and then it stores the location on that number. So if, let's say, I'm going to this location, press Control 9, and then I fly away, and then press 9 again, then I can go back to that location. And I basically have them set up for like every key location that I'm doing. So I don't have one for the forest yet, but I do have one for the camp, the farm, the entrance, this thing, and then like just some random shots that I have here. So yeah, super helpful. If you want to know where to find that, it's under, let's see, bookmarks. You can set like a whole bunch of bookmarks here if you wanted to. But yeah, I use this feature in every like environment that I do. So useful. Let's see. Yes, I'm honestly really excited about like these flowers. Sarah, I don't know what you're doing with your hotkeys, but like, come on, don't blame the tool for that. If you don't mind me asking, I saw you use hotkeys for quickly editing the level instances, or am I wrong? No, not really. Like, there's just like a little edit tool in here. So like if you click on like a level instance, that's the stuff that I use, and to go out of them, I just press escape. Because if you do like an adjustment and then you press escape, it will ask you to like save it. That's the stuff that I use. I'm finishing up the Candy Castle and trying to find a small scope sci-fi concept with lots of trims. Finding concepts for myself is the most difficult part. Yeah, I know, especially because you've done a project by yourself now, right? So I can see why it's difficult to then make the jump from a concept to from your own thing to a concept. But I think it's gonna be a good move. It's gonna be a good move. Oh, this is probably linked to the grass. Here we go. Oh man, the RVDs are broken again, but... Everything I like that pops up is AI. I gotta stay away from that. I mean, yeah, you could use it as inspiration, right? And also, you don't have to credit it, because there's no copyright on it. Let's have a look. Evil Tim popping out of shadows. Hell yeah. I honestly don't even know what I've said that makes me evil, but yes. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of like what I say and like the chat in relevance to each other because there's like a slight delay. Okay. Around. No. You know what I'm gonna do first? I'm gonna go to the loo for a second. Be right back. Oh, your question just vanished, George. I was trying to think. I was trying to think like what your stuff was in relevance to. Sorry, I just took a piece of cheese that I'm devouring now. Wait, so want to ask what could be the reason of artists being laid off during probationary period? Oh god. I think in my opinion, you have to be like really, really bad to get laid off in like a probationary period. Because a probationary period is just to see if you can like learn a lot, right? Or like get up to speed with the whole process. And I feel you have to be like really lacking the technical skill to follow up with people or like to follow the development process, or be an asshole to anyone you meet to really get like laid off during a probationary period. My opinion. Jay's coming in with a bunch of good stuff to add to it. Breaking terms of a contract like an NDA. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. 100%. That's why the contracts are in place in the first place, right? I'm very happy with this grass. Very lush, very wild. And I like the different variations that we have going on as well. Like the different layering. But honestly, I want to say, like, I've never seen or heard of a story where someone got laid off during a probationary period. No, that's not true. I think I know one story. Like from all the people that I've talked to ever. And like all the people that they know. So, yeah. All in all, it's just me saying that you shouldn't be worried about it. That kind of made me nervous? What do you mean? What, you're gonna think that you're gonna be the one person that's gonna be kicked out of? George, we've worked together. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it, man. You have a great attitude. You have a great work spirit. The work that you put on the table is also good. Don't worry about it. I'm doing the same. Wait, so let's see. Did it? Kind of missed some stuff here. I'm doing the same jump where I'm making an environment from a concept. Honestly, it's pretty fun when you know what it is you have to do. Yeah. It's almost like it's nice to have a goal. That's what it comes down to, right? Like if you don't work from a concept, like you have to still do so much work to make it. Yeah, if you're just working for yourself, you have to do so much of the groundwork that is not really relevant to environment art. And if you don't do it properly, you're doing that stuff as you're building it, which is gonna lead to you like doubling or even tripling your entire timeline for the project, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, recommendations for new people: start from a concept. Start from a concept, always. Even not for new people, right? Like, even as a junior in the industry, like, make it easy for yourself. Start from a concept. Oh, the grass is getting a little bit wild over here. Second favorite is Saiyan. I mean, I'm not against AI for inspiration, but the sole purpose is to show I can make things on the model. And I don't want to have any negative connotations to pop up in a recruiter's mind. I think that's fair. I think in general, recruiters don't really care about it. But you never know, right? Like, I'm trying to think where I would stand on that issue, right? So let's say Beyond Extend, we're starting a company, or like we're starting a game, and we're hiring our first environment artist, and they have made a work that's based on AI, right? Would that bother me or not? It's a tricky one. Because, like, there's two ways that I would look at it, right? Like, it might bother me on like a personal, like, ethical standpoint, but if I then make the separation between that and the business, like, I don't care if you use like AI as inspiration to make an environment out of, right? I wouldn't let that bother me for like a single second when it comes to making like an actual business decision. Chugga chugga chug. PE game when? Oh my god. I'm not gonna say never. I think I said that before, but I think that I don't want to cut that out either. But oh my god, no. Like, the thing that I'm really interested in is making worlds, you know? I don't necessarily want to make games. I'm really interested in the worlds of games. Like, I'm not interested in, like, getting involved in the game design or, like, programming my own stuff. Like, nah. No interest. Keep jumping! You'll be okay. Don't be too nervous during probation. Focus on meeting team members, delving into your project, and asking questions on how you can improve and do things. Yeah. I think just be you. It sounds like such a cliche thing to say, right? But for, let's say, 95% of the people that I meet, I think just be you is applicable. And some people still need to work on themselves a little bit, you know? But like, you're definitely in the 95%. We talking about AI? Nah, not necessarily. Just in relevance to if it would be good to base your own personal projects on it. In that respect, we're kind of talking about it, but just walking into like a floating river. Let me go. Let's see, so this is like the last section that we've kind of made. A little shrine going. It's pretty cozy. I do need to clean up some of the grass here because it's a little bit too wild, but then over here I think we go to the little desert camp. Deserted camp. No. Yeah, let's do a little bit of cleanup here then. While we're at it, before I forget. The real win is I saw a piece from Doom Eternal and I'm pretty confident in saying, oh, that will take me X amount of time. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's good. And now double it because you might still be wrong. That's the nature of estimations. See here. Move the grass, please. There we go. It's better. Ooh, this is the forest. The doubling is factored in. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if I should double my doubling though. You know what? Never hurts. You know? I mean, there's been plenty of moments where I was like, yeah, I doubled it. And then it still like ends up underestimated. Just like, shit. Cozy medieval simulation game? Let's go! This thing is still annoying me. Like this little section of grass. Why are you here? Why are you here? Let's go in with the big brush. No. Good. It's good. I like that. Thanks all in the AI chat. I've been looking for days and I just don't have a week to try and find a concept. Yeah, I would say it doesn't hurt to find a good concept, right? Find something, like ideally if you had like a lot of time, right? The way that I would approach it is pick a concept that you really like, do something else for a week and see if you still like the concept. Right? Because if you still like it after a week, chances are that you'll still like it in a month and all that stuff. But like, sometimes what happens is that you'll look at a concept, you're like, oh yeah, let's go, let's do this. And then the next day you're like, why am I doing this? Like, this is dumb. Had that a couple times happen myself as well, so sometimes excitement gets the best of us. Jay's 2 cents on that. If you are looking for a concept artist, if you wait, if you are concept artist, who is concept art? Oh, sorry, if you are concept art. Sorry, that just broke my brain a little bit. I would be interested in showing you a tool that you can use, but not as a portfolio piece. In terms of 3D, I think it's perfectly okay to use as a reference. Yeah. I mean, look, we're gonna get to it at some point, right? Like, we're gonna get over all the hurdles that we're running into now. Like the ethical hurdles, especially, right? So yeah. Hey Shazar! Welcome, welcome! I'm brand new. And I'm worried about having a negative reflection on myself. But I think I'm being talked out of it. Yeah, I think... So when it comes to the negative perception that's like around AI, yeah, kind of in line with what I was talking about before, right? Like in your case, you're not gonna take anyone else's job, right? And I think you're actually showcasing that you can use AI and like still improve upon it, right? Because let's be real, from some of the AI stuff that I've seen, it's been a while since I actually deliberately looked at stuff. You will always have to do adjustments. So, in that vein, like it kind of shows realistically that you are gonna be a good fit in the future because a lot of companies are already trying to implement it into their workflows or have already done so. It's gonna happen. It won't be an issue, at least the way that I see it in the end. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I'm saying, right? We're gonna get over like all the ethical hurdles, and we're gonna get to a point where there will be tools that like circumvent like all that stuff, and there's gonna be tools that are trained on like specific databases within companies, right? Because if you look at it, if you are a company and you make like a massive amount of games, why would you not use your own database, your own internal one, and then train AI on that, right? Or like use AI in some sort of way. Makes total sense. I've been saying this for a long time, especially the bigger companies are going to see bigger benefits from this because they have a back catalog of visuals and 3D models and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I do agree. I think it is going to happen because especially, yeah, like Jay is saying, it is a tool. It's going to speed up your work. And if you don't, I think there's going to be an option that you don't necessarily have to use it, but I think if you're not going to use it, you're going to be at a disadvantage. So for example, the same thing happened when we're talking about concept art, right? There's still people that do like very traditional concept art out there. But when concept artists started using 3D, like they took a shortcut because now they don't have to worry about like the perspective and like all that stuff anymore, right? So it's a huge shortcut. And there's still concept artists out there that don't use it, which is fine, but the majority have switched over, right? Same is gonna happen here, I think. I have to do some grocery shopping. Thanks for the stream. It was fun as always. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Andrea. Thank you for popping in. And thank you for being so talkative as always. I wish you a nice weekend. Yeah. The only way I know that they are AI images is because wonky, muddy spots. I also still get creative about how to fill those in. Yeah. Actually know how to train them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything can be used to your advantage, right? Honestly, I think this is a good moment to kind of wrap up the stream as well. I like what Andrea's saying. I'm probably gonna start doing like a little bit of cooking, and I'm probably gonna play a little bit more Cyberpunk. I've been really enjoying that. So thank you so much all for being here. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the great suggestions, all the great topics as always. And yeah, I really loved our chat today. We had a consistent amount of people here today, so thank you so much for being here. Yeah, this is gonna happen on like a weekly basis, right? We're getting to like a really good stage where we are getting towards like the first set of images. Like the thing that I'm trying to approach is I'm trying to make like a little story. And the first set of images, we're getting really close to where they're in like a really good state. Then we'll see where we're gonna take it next, right? We're gonna see where this is gonna go. Again, thank you so much for being here. If you want to become a part of the community, check out like the stuff that Streamlabs just posted in the chat as well. Go check out beyondextent.com for more environment art resources, access to our awesome community. If you want to be surrounded by other amazing environment artists. Yeah. Go check it out, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay creative out there, people. Bye-bye.